few things yesterday. There are some things we thought you can do, having gotten the feedback. So your action items are mainly what you're going to take forward from yesterday's session. Okay. Then the last one, because we are having a short day, was asking what else you need from us. Is, oh, the mic? And they want to
Okay. Can you hear me now? Okay. Yes, I want to, very important to draw the distinction between who's responsible for implementation and who's responsible for oversight to have clear, I must say, responsibilities, who's responsible for what. And then as well, the base of ethics through this whole process is underlying to actually execute your duties. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wants to add? And is it ready? Oh, use your mic so they can pick you.
Okay. Now, yesterday's highlight has to be the question of ethical leadership. You know, we often consider this ethical leadership in terms of some theoretical view. But after yesterday's input, particularly from the speakers, I realized that this ethical leadership goes far deeper than what we are made to believe. And there are glaring discrepancies in the way we lead this country. And now I can see why people are confused about what is ethical leadership. Somebody mentioned that it is important as leaders in government and as leaders within society that we need to set the example. And I fully agree with it. So something that came out is the critical importance of ethical leadership in public office. We learned that it is far more than a superficial concept. This was especially highlighted by the input from Professor Madonsela. And I think we'll be failing in our responsibility if we didn't capture what she said. She said, and I kept going over this response, she said that it was okay for the current president to have shares in companies and to be a part owner of all these big companies that were doing business with government while he was in government. And then my mind went back to Lonmin Mines while he was deputy president and what had happened at Lonmin Mines. And then I said to myself, and I asked yesterday when I left, people thought it was a joke, that there was a video made of us coming to Sheraton Hotel, this fancy hotel, and we as public servants coming out here, whether it is really ethical of us to do that. And the important thing is that we have to be led by our conscience. So Thuli Madonsela, professor, said that it was okay for the president to have had this sort of role in government while still occupying ownership in companies, but not okay for subordinates below him. It was not okay for ministers and MPs and others that they could do the same thing that he did. Then when we went to the question of former President Zuma, she said that she didn't see why he was prosecuted in the arms deal saga, which is currently taking place right now. So her response in itself revealed to me that the issue of ethical leadership is something that we need to take even further out in broader society. There was a time in 2009 when President Zuma was the head of this big concept. I think it was ethics or the moral regeneration in the country. Perhaps what we should be saying is we need to reintroduce something like that in society. It's not just about this committee anymore. It's not just about parliament, but it's about society. why is it that people would walk into Lusikisiki, go and kill 18 people, and yesterday go and kill 3 people who are members of the CPF? What would make somebody do that? No normal person would do that. And so clearly we need to go back to basics in terms of ethics and morals and all of this. And I think the example we set as government is a very poor example. We're persecuting the wrong people. That's what's really happening over here. And that to me was the highlight of yesterday's session, day 1. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you. Pitlenga, you said you wanted to speak. A long story.
I wanted to speak then, but I can speak now. Thank you so much. Good morning, Deputy Principal. Deputy Principal, the question that one has been have to respond to is a question that take us back to the basics. That we know what we are doing and why are we doing it and for whom we're doing it. It's a question that we must continue to respond to as the members. The main area that became clear to me was that the country is experiencing a lot of challenges. The question of unemployment, inequality, poverty, plus corruption. And we all say these are the problems. But when we're coming up with interventions to address such, we experience the capacity or the incapability of the state to respond to such. And it becomes a problem that will continue to haunt us. But we make references also of the other administrations, whether it's the 5th, the 6th, now the 7th. What also came to my mind was that when I was still young, one of the veterans taught me that never criticize your predecessor. At least when he came as the 7th administration, we got the legacy report from the 6th administration, and we adopted it. Therefore, to me, it meant that we own both the weaknesses and the successes of the previous administration. Now, moving forward, that the infrastructure and public works on its own has got its fair challenges, but also its fair opportunities and a huge potential that I feel like it still remain untapped, given the shrinking of the fiscus and all other things. Now, the area that has been clear that the president has made was that want to change or to make South Africa as a construction site. Then the responsibility that is bestowed to us as the honorable members is how do we create an environment that is conducive indeed to make this South Africa as a construction site. That remains our responsibility. What worried me a lot was that we're a country with the highest GDP in the continent, but not enough even to respond to the question of creating jobs. It's like we're saying that you've got plenty of food, but people outside are hungry. It reminded me of a question that speaks to the question of nation building and social cohesion. One player from Nigeria, who was well known, said that the South African League, its standard is low but they've got all the resources and good stadiums, but they can't produce players to play in Europe. I think that's the problem that we're having. In terms of perception and reality, as the country have got abundance of resources. The question that remains, how do we utilize what we have? That's the area that we really failing. And I was shocked that even the construction is its contribution on GDP is so low. That also is an area that I have learned. The other area that is very important is that which Honorable Reddy has raised, the question of ethical leadership and conscious leadership. That's an area that will continue to haunt us, that we have learned from the school. Because the question, or the task at hand is that we must not be changed by the system, but we must change the system. The system must be for the benefit of our people. If all what we're doing, we're saying that we're elected representatives, the question you must always ask, who elected us? Where are those people? And what is their living conditions? And what is it that we are doing to respond to such? That is the question that on a daily basis we have to on moving forward. The other area that remains important is the task and the mandate of the portfolio committee. It goes back to saying that we've got all the powers, but if you don't know how to use it, you might end up not doing what you're supposed to be doing. And the simplified with the last presentation on communication. I say communication is both an art and science. You see that I can put it in this way. You see, we've got a fish. On this side, we've got the chicken. A fish can produce thousands of eggs and keep quiet. A chicken a day can just produce one egg and make a noise for the whole village to know that it has produced something. To me, that is important because we're told how to use, because how to communicate and work with the people. I think in the main, what will confront the committee is that these good members, honorable members, is that they're doing a good job. Out of doing that good job, is the public aware that there is a good work that is being done? And how then do we communicate with the public and get the views of the public? For instance, we're told of city hall meetings. It's what we call accountability and control. Those who come from the labor movement, that to go and account with the members and engage with the members and get the people. And I prefer a style of listening to the people, what people want, and then you respond to them. And what is important is that in that presentation, there was a saying that says that stick or honor the commitments. It's good to be an honorable member or to be in a higher position. But what you say you're going to do, you have promised the people, you must give them feedback and stick to what you have promised than leaving. Because you know what, people? Our people at times are not educated. But I usually say to people, they behave like project members. You say a project member. If you go there as Honorable Delanga on 2015, you promise them something and then you leave. And Honorable Piri goes there in 2020 and promise them something again and not come back. And Honorable Mahlangu goes there in 2024. They start to say, in 2015, we raised this matter on Honorable Delanga. Honorable Delanga promised us this. On 2020, Honorable Piri, they always know what is that they want and what they want. But what normally do most of the times, we do the opposite of what the people want. Remember an example that was used yesterday of in Dr. Williams. She said that people, they wanted something in her area. But what the government did something opposite than what people want. Was what? We do not listen. Then communication is an art that you must first listen and then you decode the message. After having decoded the message, then you respond. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Chair? Then we'll come to you.
Thank you. Good morning to colleagues in the House and special greeting to yourself, facilitator. I'll be very short. Yesterday, in terms of communication, as Udlelange has landed with that, we've learned, we've been equipped that you need to respect time. And this session seems like it's not doing that. We must respect time. And I want to appeal and urge members when we speak, let's not make a long preamble remarks, but respect time. In the middle of the day, we're going to host another academic, it might be vets if I'm not wrong, Nola. We still have vets, ne? So let's bear in mind the issue of time. We know yourselves, you are very much patient. And of course, even when we're given a slide, it says, let's be patient to each other, respect each other's views so that we can work as a collective. So one thing that I want to just retaliate is that let's put that in mind. For the next 5 years, we need to respect time, be patient to each other, and let's be conscious and also be patient to community or the citizens. If we cannot be patient amongst ourselves and be conscious of what we say, we'll have a problem. So lastly, I think we came here, our expectations have been met because this is a capacity building. It's not a point scoring session for politics, but we are here to equip ourselves and know what we must do. Our role is to do oversight. On the fact of an oversight, mostly on our side as politicians, we used to think it's all about the Auditor General's report. But we must look further to understand, beside those documents, are we delivering to South Africans? Are we changing lives? And that's, I think it's more important. And I want to urge all members that even when we'll be scrutinizing, questioning the report that are coming before us, we need to check whether does it change life of South Africans. Let me pause there. We have a lot. We are all politicians. We can speak for 3 to 4 hours, but let's respect time. Thank you.
Thank you. Chair?
Okay, I won't be long. Yesterday's proceedings, I treated them as a capacity building program, not as a portfolio committee meeting. So that's why I was so quiet. I learned a lot yesterday. One of the things is the relationship between the climate change and the work that we do, how the climate impacts on what we're doing here as the portfolio committee, and also I also had a better understanding of the public works and infrastructure programs that one needs to look into them much deeper and further enhances his understanding on what is being done here, and also a better understanding also on our mandate as the public portfolio committee. Our mandate as a portfolio committee in relation to the NDP. And also what impressed me the most is the area, it's the line of questioning as to what is it that we need to ask as members here, because it's for the first time one is in parliament, so we have never had this experience before. So learning to know what to ask, to me that was very important, because it shows that one is now moving forward one is moving forward, one is growing in the work that they do. And also, lastly, I will also agree with the chair that we need to make sure that we are in a capacity building space right now. We are not in a portfolio committee meeting, so that we will knock off early, unlike yesterday. I thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your input. I know we didn't get to everyone, so that's why we wanted it online as well. According to our time, we're still okay on the check-ins. I wanted to highlight quickly some of the feedback we got from yesterday, the presentation one. Highlight the presentation from the Mentimeter that we did yesterday. Okay, so just want to highlight those themes before we hand over to our first presenter for today. The presentation, eh? Yes, thank you. So yesterday we asked you some questions. We said, what are your expectations? This is a summary because we couldn't put everyone's points. So what were the themes that were coming up? We'll give you the full report. It was about 21 pages for everyone's responses. But what we got from there is that you want to have common ground and direction so that you know what you're supposed to do. So you also want to be empowered and capacitated. You also want to have coordination and execution. Then on question 2, what does ethical leadership mean to me? The themes that came out from your responses were integrity and accountability. So we're saying ethical leadership was defined as making decisions with integrity, being accountable for action, and ensuring transparency. The second one was serving the common good. So leadership was seen as serving the public interest, which with decisions being made for the greater good of society than for personal gain. And leadership by example, ethical leadership involves leading by example, making moral decisions, promoting honesty, and upholding fairness in governance. Okay, next slide. On question 3, we said, what can I do to encourage ethical behavior in area over which I exercise oversight? You responded, lead by example, be proactive and proactive oversight, promote fairness and integrity. Then on question number 4, what will I do to avoid any perception of unethical conduct? You said transparency in action, adherence to regulation, and proactive approach. Moving to the next question. What can I do to avoid conflict of interest? You said declaration of interest, avoiding compromising situation, and transparency in agenda. Then how can the committee be more effective in its role? You said collaboration and open communication. Okay, so there you are saying collaboration among committee members, mutual respect, and open communication were highlighted as key factors in enhancing the committee's effectiveness. Under proactive oversight, you said a hands-on proactive approach to oversight, especially in relation to project execution, was seen as critical to the committee's success. Then last one was focus on quality and timeliness. Effectiveness could also be improved by focusing on delivering projects within budget and on schedule while maintaining high quality. The last question was saying, I would have succeeded in my role if I achieve the main themes that came out with 3, positive change. So success was defined mainly by the ability to create positive, meaningful changes within the department or area of oversight. completion of projects, ensuring that projects are completed within budget and on time was significant indicator of success. The last one, effective oversight, implementing effective oversight and governance, ensuring proper execution of duties and driving positive outcomes in their respective portfolios were additional success markers. Thank you. As I said, this is a summary of taking the themes. We use AI based on everyone's input, then come up with themes that it's showing what are the common things that you are saying, to then come up with a summary of that. We will now move on to our today's program. So we have, according to our program, on the oversight, accountability and responsiveness, a presentation from ISA, Infrastructure South Africa. They will be looking at National Infrastructure Investment Plan and programs. We have with us Mr. Batu Mokoto and Dr. Hubert as presenters. I'm not sure who's going to present. Okay, we will share the presentation. To allow discussion, we want to limit your slides. So you take about 30 minutes of presentation, then we can have questions and answers. Thank you. Can come. Can we welcome them?
Good morning, Honorable Chair, honorable members, all protocol observed. My name is Batu Mokotu. I'm a Deputy Director General. I am at the Infrastructure South Africa. I'm with my colleague, Dr. J, as we call him. And we are happy to be here with you this morning. We are standing in for the acting head of ISA, who's currently out of the country at this point in time, on work duties. Our presentation, as requested, has 51 slides, but we will be as quickly as go through it quickly as possible. We seem to have some challenges. Honorable members, presentation is still loading. Oh, okay. So I'm the director. I'm going to go through the first two sections, then hand over to my colleague, who will then address item 3 and 4, and then I'll come back through your permission to conclude on item 5 and 6. We will start off by discussing ISA and the journey of ISA, who we are about, where we started off, and currently where we are. We then discuss some of the achievements and challenges that we've been experiencing along our journey since 2019, and then go through our project pipeline appraisal. In terms of our project pipeline that we have, the projects that are coming in, how we are evaluating those particular projects as they come into the pipeline. Then we look at the economic overview, some of the research work that we're currently doing that enabled us to be ahead of the trends. We then go into the pipeline itself of ISA again, and conclude with the infrastructure funding and financing approach that we have. From our journey as ISA, it started off in 2019 as indicated. The Infrastructure Investment Office was established in the presidency, and the main purpose was to crowd in private sector investment and also to try to close the infrastructure investment gap. We then look into the combination of the IIO and the PICC the PICC, which is the Presidential Infrastructure Coordinating Commission, which used to reside under the Economic Development Department, and it then moved into the DPWI around August of 2019, in the beginning of the 6th administration. Together with the movement, two pieces of legislation moved across, which is the Infrastructure Development Act and the IDMS, essentially. But ISA's mandate, one sees it mainly in the Infrastructure Development Act. We then fast forward to current where we are sitting at a point where we have expanded our mandate as ISA from the point of 2019. We're looking at the state asset maximization elements.
Sorry, can I disturb you? That light, we can't see. Maybe if you can put it on that side. Yeah, that's it.
Thank you, honorable members. We are now looking at the supporting public works in terms of its state asset optimization program. We take the cue from public works from the PMTE, and we provide strategies on their behalf on how we can refurbish, operate, and transfer some of the assets in their portfolio. We also received an amount of 600 million rand from National Treasury, which is quite useful for us in developing the pipeline, certain projects in our pipeline, so that they become bankable. We've only been allocated the 600 million rand, and in the next 3 years, accordingly. As we have indicated, we were established to become a central government agency that looks after the closing of the infrastructure investment gaps. And we do that in these four main pillars. Firstly, there is an aspect of strategy and planning, where we are looking at the governance and the policies around the environment of infrastructure investment. And we've put forward the National Infrastructure Plan of 2050. Phase 1 was gazetted. We are working on phase 2, which is going through the processes for it to be gazetted. We're also looking at the investment gaps. And within the investment gaps is to build the private sector confidence in our capacity of delivering bankable projects. We're also looking at the different funding gaps. Here we work with different partners that we have, such as the Infrastructure Fund, such as the DFIs and the multi-development banks, to ensure that our pipeline, as it's bankable, it then gets passed over for investment purposes. And lastly, we have the technical services and thought leadership. Within this space, there is a lot of skills that are technical skills that participate in the development of these projects throughout the project life cycle. And then we have a lot of research work and publications that then take place in that particular environment. We are structured in these 6 key programs where we do infrastructure investment and oversight. Within this environment, that is where the planning policy takes place. We have the infrastructure pipeline delivery and management. In this environment, this is where the portfolio of the pipeline gets managed of ISA. We then have the investment funding and financing, which is where the innovative funding takes place once the projects are bankable. This is where the interactions with different financiers then takes place. We then have the optimization of state asset portfolio Center of Excellence, and Technical Services Office accordingly. ISA has about 51 odd staff members, and we wish to show honorable members the academic background of these members. We have people from doctorate up until degrees slash diploma. We have a PhD doctor who's standing there, is going to present. We've got a couple of MBAs. We have a few of master's degrees and honors degrees. And most of our staff have affiliations with professional bodies in terms of the ethics and conduct. They then, of course, go according to these different professional bodies on how they must do their business on a day-to-day basis. This slide just highlights some of the responsibilities of the Minister of Public Works. One of them being the Minister is the Secretariat of the PICC Council, where it's convened and it's chaired by the Honorable President. We've got MECs that sit in that platform. We have mayors and, of course, ministers accordingly. And then in this environment of ISA, when we talk about the pipeline almost has three components. It has the strategic integrated projects, and then it has the new pipeline which we are harvesting as we move along, and then it has the infrastructure fund projects. So ISA is developed to be almost like a pipeline manager. Once the projects are reached bankability, it needs to pass those projects to financiers who can finance the projects. So ISA is then a signatory to the establishment of the infrastructure fund, which is sitting in the DBSA. And the important aspect about the IF, its ability to crowd in private sector and use national treasury money for blended financing purposes. I will just perhaps skip this slide because we've discussed the journey of ISA and some of the key steps that we have achieved, but wish to highlight that in this particular year, about March 2024, we held the Sustainable Infrastructure Development Symposium, where we launched the construction book. We also launched the top 12 priority projects. And in our recent overseas trips, we also launched our investment handbook. These documents are key in showcasing the pipeline that ISA has, but it packages them for different audiences. For instance, a construction book will be more attractive towards the built environment type of professionals like contractors who want to see what is the order book of the mega projects looking like. The investment handbook is more attractive to investors who are interested in seeing what are these projects that are ready for investment. Most of them are sitting at the IF side, and the ones that have reached high levels of business case in terms of the development of those business cases accordingly. And then we wish to discuss the National Infrastructure Plan in terms of what its intended purpose is to guide the development and implementation of infrastructure projects in alignment with the NDP and the Constitution. And also it looks at advanced in employment, encourage economic growth, poverty and inequalities. The phase 1 was approved in May of 2022 and mainly focuses on bulk infrastructure across the key sectors such as energy, water, digital infrastructure, freight transport. Phase 2 is slightly different. It almost looks at a better coordination from a DDM perspective and looking at sectors such as human settlement, passenger transport, and so forth. Can I hand over to you quickly?
Good morning, Chair, Honorable Chair, committee members, Program Director. Firstly, please note this is not our colors. I think the projector is not doing anyone a favor because it's very difficult, but we have shared the PDF version that shows the correct color. So apologies from our side. But yeah, in terms of an infrastructure investment landscape, what is critical for us to note is the gross fixed capital formation. We are all aware that the target is 30% in terms of the GDP. Now, I just want to take a step back to 2020, the COVID years. At that stage, 2019, we were sitting at 17.9% gross fixed capital formation as a percentage of GDP. And then in 2020, during COVID, Stats SA decided to recalculate the GDP. That implied a bigger number. I don't know why they did, and they backcasted that for 5 years. So back to 2015. And then that 17.9 fell to around 13%. So because gross fixed capital formation in terms of the new calculation actually reduced also. So the GDP increased and the gross fixed capital formation reduced. Currently, we're sitting around 14.8%, so around 15% over target. So you can see we are still way off. But it's also important to look at the implications of underspending. In that middle column, you can also see in past spending the amount that was underspent. Now, and then on the column to the right, you can also see who is getting the money for public infrastructure projects. This is based on accurate information from National Treasury. But underspending has a severe impact on the country.
I'm sorry, I just have a question of clarity. I'd like to understand, I'm not sure whether I missed it, but an introduction to ESA in terms of ESA as a unit. Where does ESA fall within public works? What is the budget of ESA? You know, because I see here we're doing public sector capital spending and general. So, but I just want to know the unit, because that's the unit that will be accountable to this committee. And its structure. How is this unit structured? And how, you know, I'd like this to happen for all the different units, please.
I understand. Thank you. ESA has an operational budget of about 102 million rand for this financial year. We are currently a program within Public Works, but the application for the establishment of ESA as a public entity has now been ongoing for about 2 years. So it's a process in order to be a public entity. I hope that answers. Not yet a public entity, but we operate at arm's length from Public Works, if that helps the discussion. And we are not a project sponsor, so we don't own projects, we don't implement projects, we just facilitate and coordinate. But yeah, I think it is also, can I continue, sir? Thank you. It's also important to note the financial implications of this underspending. We call it the opportunity cost. And in the past 3 years, about 180 billion was not spent. That's allocated in-year budgets that was not spent by the departments. Now, if you look at a generic calculations of rural schools, we could have built almost 1,800 rural schools with that money, or we could have constructed or upgraded 24,000 kilometers of rural roads. So it's got massive opportunity cost implications for the country. We can go to the next slide. So, just one back. I think it's that computer. Okay, that's it. Thank you. So in terms of admission, we don't accept any project into our pipeline. Remember, currently, it is the project sponsors that will approach us to register projects at ISA. So we have admission criteria because we feel we need to identify and assist projects that will move forward economic growth. So we have developed admission criteria. And there's also a validation committee that then will evaluate the scoring of each project. So there's quite a process, but essentially we look at the potential high impact projects, the value of 1 billion or higher. Then it's also, does the project support the National Development Plan, the NIP programs, and then, what is the capital value, but also economic potential. So we've developed economic models. We look at the specific sector, and then that project must score above a certain admission point in order to be considered into our pipeline. I will not go into too much detail, but there's a full validation committee that then will confirm the registration of a project. This is the SITS methodology. I'm sure most of you might have heard the word, but it's very critical to see that it considers different 5 elements, and then there are 3 phases. So the early business phase is your typical pre-feasibility. So you still have limited information. The intermediate business phase is doing the detailed feasibility study. But what's different with a final business case compared to the, some of the other processes in government is you can only do the final business case once you have received the actual tender project from the different construction entities so that you know what is the final cost. So then you use that feasibility study to insert the final cost elements, and then only you know whether that project should proceed, because then you have actual verified costs. So the elements is the strategic case. I will not go into too much detail. The economic case, looking at the cost-benefit analysis, the commercial case, so that is looking at whether the project is purely a public sector fiscus-dependent project or it has private potential, it's a PPP potentially. The financials is looking at the financial analysis. And then the management case is another important element because it looks at the entire project life cycle. It looks at whether there's a risk management operational plan once the project is implemented, that you also consider the life cycle of the project and not ignore it once it gets approved. We can move to the next slide. It seems to be stuck. Secretariat, okay, there it is. One back. Okay. So in terms of a gross domestic project, we also need to look at the impacts on the different provinces, as well as the growth potential. Because we also need to remember that the NDP target is 5.4%. Remember, this is year-on-year growth. It's not compounded and average annual cost growth cost. So you can see in 2020, it fell by almost 8% the growth. And then in 2021, it looks like there was a massive growth, but it started at the minus growth. So that's why on the average overall, we struggled to grow at 1% for the past 10 years. I think it was 1.3% growth for long term. So it's a very low growth, which is not good for us. And infrastructure does provide opportunity to up economic growth and job creation. Somebody mentioned the issue of a construction industry. What we also look is the provincial opportunities. Now, the Growth Performance Index gives you an indication of how well that sector performed from 2013 to 2023. So that's a 10-year growth potential in the blue line. and from 2018 to 2023, 5 years, that you also understand that we also need to look where is your growth positive above a score of 100. So you see that dotted red line, that is, you really want to be higher than that. Or if it's lower than that, then you need to unpack the economic impacts. Why is construction activity, for instance, in the Free State not looking that great? So you need to then understand what's happening in the economy before you make investment decisions. It's not easy. There's not always detailed reasons. Investors have their own decisions, but it's also for us to look at where are we implementing our rural programs and so on. Most of you must have heard that Minister McPherson has mentioned we need to grow and focus on gross fixed capital formation. There are potentially 8 pillars that we need to look at. I'm going to struggle to read it. Institutional arrangements. Okay. We are currently engaging with various organizations, National Treasury, to ensure that ISA becomes the standalone entity that will coordinate infrastructure. We can't have various institutions driving infrastructure investment. It must be driven from one source. Then we need to centralize the planning and prioritization, meaning the infrastructure, national infrastructure plan should guide all mega infrastructure projects, but also in terms of prioritization. I've mentioned that we are currently busy with a project where we are looking at the target portfolio. What should the target portfolio of a country be? Because when you look at the National Treasury, the actual budget review allocations, transport and logistics typically gets around 32%, then energy around 20%. Those numbers doesn't change dramatically over time. There are minor changes as you go, but we are busy looking to see what is the ideal target for the country, because that will also help us to up economic growth, and then we can have proper priorities in terms of the infrastructure programs and pipeline. As we mentioned, we are also looking at specific budget reforms. One of the most critical discussions we are having with National Treasury is the issue of bulk services approvals. The problem is the mandate sits at local government, so we can't decide on behalf of local government, but sometimes there are projects that will generate substantial economic growth, but it might not be a priority for the local government sector. So we are trying to see how we can breach that critical issue, because when you have mega investment projects at a standstill until it becomes a priority at local level, and I'm not criticizing local level at all, it's just a process that we need to look at and to see if there's a way to fund or breach that funding constraint. Yeah, okay. There were quite a number of others, but I think for the time's sake, we will, okay, we're back to them. The municipal bulk infrastructure constraints, I've mentioned that. Unlock other sources of funding. We are engaging currently with quite a number of infrastructure projects, looking at PPPs. How can we increase? Currently, the PPPs is around 2% of public infrastructure projects, which is not great. There has been some minor changes to the legislation that will help smaller PPPs, especially at local level. The regulatory issues, we will definitely engage more with our counterparts in order to also identify regulatory considerations. And then the big issue is analyzing why there's such a large number of tenders being cancelled. What is the reason for this? The issues of social impact and unrest. You've heard Minister McPherson focusing on the construction mafia, the issues of crime and damage to infrastructure. Those are important elements because we need to create confidence for investors. I will stop here and hand back to my colleague. Thank you.
The next section is on the pipeline. Can I be assisted perhaps manually? This slide, taking the cue from my colleague, is indicating the strategic integrated projects. The number of the projects that we have are 238. And these are projects which are gazetted for the purpose of unblocking. We use the IDA, which is the Infrastructure Development Act, in unblocking these projects. We also show the geographical spread of the projects, where they are located, and also the spread between the public sector projects and the private sector projects accordingly. This slide just shows some of the achievements that we have managed to gain. We've managed to unblock about 439 odd projects across the different departments. And the unblocking through the IDA varies depending on the nature of the project. For instance, the wind or solar power type of projects, they require the consent of the SNDF because there are certain electromagnetic signals that get emitted, and we need to get certain approvals and to fast track those approvals. There are a number of municipal approvals which take place, especially if it's a bulk infrastructure type of project that happens in a municipality, and we're able to fast track approvals. And similarly, ERAs and WULAs, we're able to fast track them accordingly. This slide demonstrates the completed SIP projects. We just wanted to highlight the some of the projects which we've managed to complete together with the respective main departments. It's including projects like the Musina Ring Road, the Winberg interchange in the Free State accordingly. And then this slide then shows the new pipeline of projects which we have in ESA. We have 126 projects which we're currently developing that we're taking through the different business case processes such that they can reach final business case. And once they reach that point, we can then have engagements with the infrastructure fund and any other of our partners to fund the projects. We have mainly three streams of funding of the projects. It's projects that either they go through pure fiscal funding, and mainly it's the social type of projects. And then we have projects that have commercial appetite, and those generally get taken up by investors quite early. And then we have projects that have a social and commercial aspect, which generally the infrastructure fund loves to work with those types of projects. These projects then come into this funnel, and through the different mechanisms that they have internally in the infrastructure fund, they're able to raise grants from National Treasury and also raise capital from the markets and be able to fund these projects. They have a success rate that they are also demonstrating. We participate in the processes, as I've indicated earlier. We are signatories to the establishment of this particular fund as ESA accordingly. From a financing and funding perspective, it's just our last slide. We have development where we have a number of engagements with multilateral development banks, DFIs to sell our pipeline of projects. We also have projects, as I've indicated, that are more of a blended finance nature, and here we work mainly with the IF. And then lastly, we are busy building up this portfolio where we're looking at, pension funds that could have funds available that would like to invest in some of the projects. Some of the discussions we're having with National Treasury, for instance, on social infrastructure, especially on schools. If we look at the current allocations that are provided for instance, in the Eastern Cape, to eradicate the backlog, it will take us almost 41 years to eradicate the backlog of schools. And if we look at the Northern Cape, it will take us 21 years. So the discussions we're having is to say, how do we then make funds available, maybe a funder such as a pension fund? They can make funds available. We ring fence the funds in a SPV type of an environment, and then we lock in the development now, but then the different provinces then commit their future allocations to pay back the lenders accordingly. But we are still in discussions with National Treasury in terms of those project finance models, and if they become a reality, it will really unlock the space significantly, especially on social infrastructure. Thank you, honorable members, for this platform.
Thank you very much for the presentation. It was really nice to hear for the first time from ISA. We've been hearing a lot about what you guys are doing and the good work that you guys are doing. I think the question that I have, and please don't take it the wrong way, I just want to understand what the fundamental differences are between what Public Works and Infrastructure has as its mandate and ISA, considering the fact that obviously you aren't yet registered as an entity. PMTE also is still not, after I think more than 20 years, not registered as an entity. What is the difference, and what is the mandate difference between what Public Works is supposed to do and ISA? I think that's the only question that I have. Thank you very much.
I too want to thank you for that presentation, and thank you for the opportunity for us to get first insight into ISA. My question, from the honourable member, they covered most of what I wanted to ask, but just in addition to that, we speak about big figures here, billions and trillions. Is this something that you've Google searched, the construction industry worth in the country? And when I look at much of the construction work taking place, it's being done through municipalities. So I want to know whether you are just a sort of are you just like a coordinating structure of what's going on? And are you, if I had to take projects, and Chair, I would like to do this, I would like ISA to identify 3 projects that they say that they are directly involved with. And I'd like for us as a committee to split ourselves up and go to these 3 projects. Go out there, meet the implementing agents, meet the the teams that's involved, and for us to also get the other side of the story. Because like the member said, Edwin, like Edwin said, what is the difference between the Public Works mandate and your mandate? We're spending 102 million rands a year to keep this unit alive. What is it that they're doing currently that's adding value to Public Works? You've got a whole structure. I thought you were going to tell us about who's your DDG, and how that 102 million is being spent right now. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. First, just to assist you, it's frightening to have 51 slides in any form or nature. If you can't say it in less than 10 slides, you can't say it. So it's very important that we keep to as few slides as possible. I think there's a famous writer who says, I did not have enough time to prepare, and therefore I dumped everything in there. But if you've had enough time to prepare, you can then tease out the most important things that you want to share, so that you can then share the most important things. From what you've said, you are saying that Infrastructure South Africa is the successor to the SIPS program. And that you are responsible for implementing the National Infrastructure Plan. What is the National Infrastructure Plan? Where is the National Infrastructure Plan? What is in the National Infrastructure Plan? Because I think this portfolio committee would be very interested in seeing the National Infrastructure Plan, because development planning is very important for the country. We have a very high unemployment rate. Infrastructure-led development is key and fundamental. I think each and every member here will agree that we need to see that. Yesterday we heard that we need to see cranes all over the place, all over the country. And then you also talk about infrastructure investment plan. It's very, very important that infrastructure is funded, because to have a plan but you don't have the investment is a bit of a problem. From what I hear, there is very limited public funding that is available for these infrastructure projects. Who is responsible for that? Is it the National Treasury? Is it your department as a coordinator? From what I hear, you do project preparation and you assist people in terms of funding projects. You need 6 billion rand for infrastructure preparation. You currently have 102 or 170 million from the National Treasury. Huge gap. But also, I think, as some of the colleagues have indicated, do we have the capacity as a country? What is the plan? Have we planned all of this? Do we have, in terms of construction companies, engineers, the capacity as a country to implement? And by when are these going to be implemented? So if you talk about the National Infrastructure Plan 2050, it's great, we love it. But I want to know, between now and 2029, which projects will have been achieved. And I also want to know which ones are planned for 2029 to 2034, 2034 to 2039, etc., until we get to 2050. Do we have a document that we can have a look at so that we have an understanding of that? You also talk about this concept of public-private partnerships, and you're saying they only constitute at the moment 2% of total infrastructure projects. Everybody talks about public-private partnerships. I would have thought that they constitute far more than this. Are you talking about the ones that have already been executed, or are you talking about ones that are being planned going forward? Because we need to understand that, because some people have made PPP as a panacea for all of our problems. And if it's only 2%, then it's not a panacea that we would have thought that maybe it's going to be the silver bullet that assists us. And then I think there's an institutional issue that you must share with this committee. In order for you to do your work properly, what institutional framework needs to be finalized? Yeah, maybe there's an act that needs to be passed in order for you to become what you could become, so that this committee can then assist you in terms of that act. Because from what you are saying, I think at the moment you are transitioning from something into something. You're in the middle of it, and it's an amphibia, I think, in scientific terms. So it's not what it looks like, and it's not what it has been. So just assist us, because maybe we could assist to accelerate in terms of doing that. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Chair, and greetings to everyone. And let me first welcome the presentation from Infrastructure South Africa. Well, I have only one question that I want to ask, because our government aim at achieving inclusive growth and development through economic and reconstruction plan, which places infrastructural development at the center stage. So I want to check that are we able, because for us to be able to fight poverty, unemployment, and inequalities, we ought to invest in infrastructure 7 to 8% of our GDP, as compared to 3 to 4%. Now, I want to know, how do you aim at achieving the investment of the GDP of 7 to 8%, so we're able to fight poverty, inequality, and unemployment through infrastructural development? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Good morning to the two presenters. I'll be just straight to the point. I want you to unpack the top 12 major project that you have just stated in your slide. I know you were rushing because you've got many slides, but talk to it. You don't have to go back to your slides. One, on those 12 projects, where are they situated? One, how did you identify them? And how does it measure with the IDP of the municipalities? How does it assist our local municipalities? Remember, we are on top, and I believe you plan this together with the presidency. Yes, the presidency might be having its own process or its own infrastructure to get issues from different localities. But this 12, you might think it's many. You are saying it's top. Which process did you use to identify? Are you identifying according to SCZ municipalities? Are you identifying according to the West municipalities that are lacking basic service deliveries? So that is my interest. Remember, we need to touch lives. And if we can't touch lives with this project that you're talking about, we're doing nothing. One thing that I want to appreciate with this capacity building, it's an eye-opener. It gives us a broader view of understanding, not just to scrutinize, but to touch lives down there. And I got the view. I think you need to try and unpack a bit, because it's not for your first time coming to us. even your CEO has tried to explain the difference between ISA and IDT and other entities that were raised by members, but try to be specific in a simple language so that everyone will understand. And bear in mind, we are live streamed. South Africans wants to understand. It does not assist us to speak in a high level language where you don't address our people. So you must always bear in mind, we don't need to be more technical, but speak in a layman's language that will make every South African to have hope in this government. I think lastly, I want to understand the organogram, or the, in a simple word, what do we call it? The organizational structure of ISA. You know, I believe it's an entity on its own. Yes, now you have been given to public works and infrastructure, and I think it's partial, but if it's not, you must rectify. You must try to explain it better to me. It's partially in DPWI. Based on this fact, whatever the amount that you are telling us, this is the amount that we are having, and these are funds that we are seeking from outside even the country. Where do you account to them? Do we do an oversight on yourself? If you account to Public Works, it means this is the relevant committee to make you account. But we don't see that happening. Maybe let's just agree we're still fresh. But I want to understand that money, when it comes to you, does it goes to an implementation agency, which is your DPSA or Treasury, and who must oversight in that money? Are we supposed to oversight on the project, but not oversight on an amount that you are going to use? I am aware of few projects, you have just mentioned them. The Musina Ring Road, I'm seeing it every day. I'm a beneficiary of that because I'm from Musina. And I know you have done, and we want to say bravo to yourself. It's a good ring road. We are happy as Musina citizens, but we want you to unpack further. South Africa has a crisis of water. There's a crisis of sanitation. All over across the municipalities, in its villages, in townships, you come across the blasting of your sewer. There's a crisis. Then how do you coordinate yourself in terms of these plans together with the NPC and State SA? Because it means you have a mushrooming number of citizens compared to the previous plan or the infrastructure that was put at before. And just to mention those two, those are basics. You talk about every township in South Africa, there's a crisis of water. That's why I say unpack the 12 priorities that you are talking about. Which dams are you prioritizing? Without talking about bridges, roads and all the stuff, but just water. This is basic. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Chair and honorable members. I would like to start off perhaps on the governance aspects around ISA. I think maybe it's an omission on our side. ISA reports to Public Works administratively, and it has a dotted line through the PICC, and it reports to through the minister to the president. Within its governance structure, we have the Minister of Public Works, we have the Deputy Minister, we also have the Director General of Public Works. The head of PMTE is the same level as the Director General of Public Works. The head of ISA is also at the same level in terms of, I think it's level 16. of the DG. So in public works, you then have the in terms of the administration side of the department, you have the DG as the accounting officer, but he's flanked on both sides by the head of PMTE, who of course has certain delegations coming from the DG that he's delegated to run certain activities of the department. Similarly, the head of ISA, although they're at the same level, but they don't hold the same authority that the accounting officer holds administratively. But in their respective entities, they are the CEOs or the heads, if I might put it that way. Then ISA itself has the different programs underneath. It has it's structured in a way that it has program managers. Dr. J is one of them. I come from a public works environment. So is the head of the entity. So our appointments are in terms of the public service. We are DDGs. And the other heads within ISA are program managers, and they are running the different programs. ISA is operating under public works. That's where it gets its funding of 102 million. That is where it receives funding from National Treasury. It goes via this entity called Public Works. The 600 million rand for project preparation goes via Public Works onto the books of ISA. ISA operates and resides at the IDC. It's stationed at the IDC. At the IDC, it's the back of office. In term, yeah. 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 Check. Can I pause or continue? Okay. So the mandate of PMTE and ISA and IDT are completely different. The main aspects under the PMTE, it's looking at servicing a national client department, property management trading entity that is sitting in the DPWI component, and it hasn't been registered as a government component. It's still sitting as a program. And a public property management trading entity, it has key 3 or 4 areas. It's got facilities management. It has the construction project management. It then has the leasing, which is the real estate component of it. I think those are the main areas within there. And they are servicing SAPS, SAPS, Department of Justice, Department of Defense, and so forth. The national departments. The IDT itself, from its origin, was specifically infrastructure, the Independent Development Trust. Okay. Yeah. Economic Reconstruction Recovery Plan, ERRP. The Independent Development Trust, its mandate is to look at social infrastructure, and they are an implementer. So by that, they receive projects from client departments like education and health, and they are an implementing arm for these departments to move a project from its planning component to design to procurement and then construction. That's what's happening in the environment of the Independent Development Trust. In the environment of the Infrastructure South Africa, in that ecosystem, in those two entities, no one talks about infrastructure investment. The discussions around the infrastructure gaps and the strategies and plans to close those infrastructure investment gaps don't happen in the property management trading entity and do not happen in the Independent Development Trust. Then Infrastructure South Africa is then a central government agency that then coordinates and seeks to be a single point of entry of all mega projects that are happening in the entire ecosystem, looking at projects that are in the public sector, national projects, looking at provincial projects, looking at municipal projects, also looking at private sector led projects, and coordinates these projects in a systematic approach. Within the environment, it's got these different methods in which it evaluates a project, how it must then come in. And of course, it looks at these key areas of the National Development Plan of 2030. It looks at the National Infrastructure Plan of 2050 as well, in assessing which projects must come in, because those documents are a policy decision on what needs to happen in the country, where we must be investing in the country. So I'm not sure if I've addressed that.
Property management trading entity. So by the name, it says that it manages the properties. Then we have Independent Development Trust, which is the implementing agency. So I'm just trying to visualize this. There's a police station somewhere where some window panes are broken. The process to get those window panes fixed, it'll have to go through IDT, then it'll have to come to PMTE, and then I don't know, why could all this not be done in one sort of unit? Why have we complicated this whole structure to such an extent that I would like to, at some point, Chair, find out what is the time frame before when a simple item is reported in a building where some maintenance issue is required, till the time that is addressed, how long it takes. Because we created a whole bureaucracy here of administrative nightmare. This is what this is. And the duplication of things here as well. That's the way I see it. Sorry, Chair. That's just the way I see it.
Honorable members, in particular yourself, let me assist you. I think you might have made a confusion by mentioning those other entities. Honorable Reddy, the presenters are from EASA, and they're dealing with planning and designing of major or mega projects. PMTE it's led by the guy that I think 3 back meetings that you were chairing, if not the one that we said he must stand up and we parade him, is the one who will answer better your questions. It's Caesar. I think they were trying to clarify you, then they made a confusion. So let's allow them not to entertain PMTE issues, not to entertain IDT issues, but go straight and respond properly on your ISA, the measure project. Because I believe even yourself, you are bringing a confusion. Please stick to your presentation. Don't try to explain the other entities. The question was very clear to say, what is your organizational structure? You were just supposed to speak about your own organizational structure and you stopped there. But you brought the entire DPWI and you started to tell us about other sub-entities that you work hand in hand with. Yes, I understand that you design, you do the planning of the measure project, then maybe it's taken by DBSA or IDT, but let's stop there. Try to respond in your case. Don't confuse members. Honorable Radi, I want you to bear with them. They must not get into those entities. It's not their prerogative. They will be confused more. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, for the guidance. In terms of the organogram, are we okay, Honorable Chair? Thank you. Let me look at there was a question raised around the NIP, where is it, and so forth. I think those documents can also be shared in terms of the NIP 2050. And it's in terms of what it's all about, as correctly mentioned, it's setting out the scale and direction in which infrastructure investment must be at that particular time. And we are developing the plans currently as we move along in order for us to achieve that vision of NIP 2050. NIP 2050 doesn't have the names of the projects inside. The National Infrastructure Plan. The National Infrastructure Plan doesn't have the names of the projects that will be in implementation during this period, but it sets out the direction in terms of which sectors are key, and that is what the documentation is about, and it also can be shared to honorable members. In terms of Honorable Chair, there's a hand.
No, thank you so much. I'm just doing a follow-up on the response given to us. I think Honorable Gama was specific on the question. And how I understood it was that was informed by the presentation we got yesterday, that you can say that you have packaged projects, but that might be a vision, not projects. And he was more on wanted to get specifications. Even the question raised by Honorable Peary, although the question was diverse, but is specific on getting on those projects. Now, on your response, how we're responding, you leave the question, we're just floating. Now you leave us with more follow-up questions. Because in the main, what is our goal? Is to live here with a knowledge and a confidence that Infrastructure South Africa has packaged these forms of bankable projects, that wherever they are presented, the investors and anyone will understand quicker and respond to such. We need a picture. to us a picture of those projects. They're like this from this sector. That's what it seeks to achieve and all those things. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Honorable Member, for the guidance. So in terms of the projects that we have, yes, there is a list of projects that exist. We receive the projects from the different departments, national departments, provincial departments, and municipalities. And the projects need to be in the specific sectors that my colleague indicated when we were discussing the appraisal and registration of the projects, that we're looking at the water sector, we're looking at the transport sector, the energy sector, the digital sector, and so forth. The projects appear as SIP projects, which we highlighted earlier graphically, and I think we had about 238 odd projects. And then we indicated that the pipeline is also divided into the new projects, which are about 128, which are still being developed. They have not yet reached bankability. We then further indicated that the infrastructure fund also has about 850 billion out of value of projects that are sitting with them. Those projects in the ecosystem are the ones that can be provided for as the names and location and so forth of the projects accordingly.
Maybe assist. Can we request, because maybe the brief was not clear, so there's more information that is, this is capacity building. So the committee is requesting information that can help them understand who you are, what you do. So can we agree that you will now give the information as they request, the details of the 12 projects that you are prioritizing, send some kind of a report for them, and other information that you've heard of the questions that you might not have the information ready right now. Can we agree on that way forward? Okay, so giving context as well. Eh?
Can we also, sorry, Chair, can we also allow them to complete those questions? Maybe we'll come back with follow-up questions, because I think they have not exhausted all the questions that we have asked.
Yeah. Just go through all the questions and stuff, then we'll get more questions after.
Order, honorable members, it's unfair for me to even say order, because it's not a committee meeting and there's a facilitator. Sorry, my apologies, facilitator. I want to urge members that in our program 3, look back, we're gonna call ISA for the second time. It's not for the first time. Members, recall properly. The CEO of ISA, it's Mamet. She came to the committee, and we're gonna have the other session with them. Most of your questions will be responded, and I think you are taking them so that when you come, you must be in a position to respond. I'm pleading with members to allow them to respond to what they have, and let's not have an interrogation session as if it's a committee. This is a capacity building, but I'll also want to request yourself, don't confuse yourself. Stick and respond to questions that were raised. Avoid abbreviations, because I think it's the one that causes a lot of confusion. Try to speak, I've said it before, use a simple language, a simple one. And I've said it, we are live streamed. And it can't be correct. You are diverting this capacity building into a committee meeting, and it's no longer in its correct form. That's why I want to apologize to the Deputy Principal of National School of Governance. Let's focus, members, and get, I thought even yourself, your presentation will give more details, more meat and speak to the needs of South Africans and what is planned on a higher level. Because, you know, even myself, I still have that notion that things you report direct to the president. And if the way you are responding and presenting, it gives, we're starting to shake a bit, not understanding what is there. Represent that office and represent the department properly. Just continue, and I'll want to plead with members. Let's allow them to proceed and respond and respect time. We still have other presenters who are coming in, and we are working with time. Honorable members, you know, when it says 5 minutes, it's 5 minutes. You still have vets, School of Business, and we're going to deal with construction. It's about infrastructure. I'm pleading, honorable members, and with all those things that we said we want, we'll communicate with you direct through our secretariat, and you must respond to what members have raised. Thank you.
Chair, I don't, sorry, I respectfully say this, I don't agree with you, because I'm not here to waste my time and to waste the time of taxpayers. If I'm here, it must be a productive engagement, and the input made by the facilitators must be of understanding to me. I cannot sit here and pretend to understand something and then in the interest of time just say we must pass through these things. We take our work seriously here. We're not here to play games. We did say yesterday that when we finish off in this term, we want to leave something tangible behind, so our people out there can see that we're adding some value. And I'm not making a political statement here. I think we all agree with this. So let's not just rush things and just put it as a tick box exercise, like we just did this program. We need to understand what is going on. The presenters are confusing us more here.
Okay.
No, thank you very much, Chair. I think we are delaying ourselves now. The chairperson has requested us that let us bear with the presenters and listen to them. I think she called an order as to say, let's listen to them and give them time to proceed. I don't think that you're going to finish if you continue like this. No one is here to play games. We are not playing games here. We took time to come here, and we all know that what is it that is expected of us as members. Can I really request, as the chair requested, that let us give the presenters time to continue then, and we will see what to do. But the problem that you are doing of interrupting whilst they are busy, I don't think that is correct. Let's wait for them to finish. Then after, we can raise those follow-up questions or concerns. Thank you.
Thank you. So agreed. We're continuing with their responses. We asked them to come and share high level of the projects. That was the brief to them. So some of the questions they might not have been prepared for. So we want to acknowledge that this is the information that you require. They will go back to the office and share more information. And it's a good thing that you do have in your schedule a planned meeting to then address some of the issue. Okay, you can go ahead.
Thank you. And we take note of the comments. We've listed all the questions. So we will definitely provide feedback. I think the 12th is the session, if I stand to be corrected. Maybe if I can answer some of the questions directly. There was a question on public-private partnerships, the 2%, that is looking backwards. It's the actual investment that took place in terms of PPPs. So that's why we are engaging with National Treasury, because the feedback we get from investors is that the process is too cumbersome. It takes too long for approval of PPPs. So that's why PPPs is definitely not a panacea for all investment projects, but it's still a viable option. We just need to look at how long it takes to get approval from National Treasury through the processes. So that's engagements that's still taking place. There was a question in terms of legislation, what needs to change. As mentioned, we are guided by the Infrastructure Development Act. We refer it to IDA. We are currently drafting amendments to the Infrastructure Development Act. In future, if it gets passed, it will be called the Infrastructure Development and Planning Act. So, but that's process that we're busy, because the mandate of ISA also is as a planning mandate, and if you look at the current IDA, Infrastructure Development Act, it just talks about the coordination of strategic programs and so on. So we need to make sure that the mandate of ISA, remember when that was established, I think it's 2012, it was when we still had economic development as a department, then it was transferred to I think it was then DTIC, and then later on to Public Works and Infrastructure. So it went through a different processes. So there are gaps in legislation that gives our mandate. That's why projects, currently we can't force project sponsors to register their projects with us, but they see the benefit of registering projects. Now, a mega project is a project of 1 billion rand that complies with specific criteria. As mentioned, the criteria we look at is the economic sector, the job creation potential, and then we have certain committees that approves projects as they progress. So from registration, you have a validation committee, and then as the project is developed, remember we're talking now of a planning project, not the completed project. Then you would go to the early business case, the pre-feasibility. That once that is done, it serves at the Infrastructure Investment Review Committee. So we have people from DPME, National Treasury, and ISA sitting on that. So that project is being interrogated. If it is compliant, then it gets approval to move to the next phase, which will then be the intermediate business case. So there are lots of oversight committees to make sure that the project moves forward. I'm just trying to see. There was a question on inclusive growth. How do we measure? That's very important, very critical. We are in the process of developing an inclusive growth index with University of Johannesburg, in order to also track, this is done at local level to compare then each local area with each other in terms of inclusive growth potential of areas. On the top 12, we will share the list of top 12 projects as well as the methodology that was taken on how to prioritize and decide on those projects. The chairperson also talked about local government. I just want to add that there is another organization, MISA, Municipal Infrastructure Support Agent. I have to mention it. They take responsibility for implementation of projects at local level. We do engage with them, especially on projects that's registered in our pipeline. So we have to engage with multi-sectoral, implementers of projects. Then I'm just looking. Should be the organization. Yeah, the Schedule 3B, do you want to answer that? But we'll share the information.
Yeah. Sorry, I didn't hear the answer about the National Development Plan.
My colleague did say that we will share the documentation on the National Infrastructure Plan. What the National Infrastructure Plan is not, and I think it's critical, it's not a list of projects. We have a pipeline that gets approved based on the guidance and the sectors that is identified in the National Infrastructure Plan. The National Infrastructure Plan provided areas of intervention, whether it be regulatory or legislative or other interventions, how to change each sector going forward. So, for instance, in the, let's say, the transport and logistics sector, there are certain constraints in that sector. One of them, for instance, was the fact that the economic regulator was not enacted. That's recently happened. That will then enable PPP projects or tolling projects to proceed. So the National Infrastructure Plan is to course correct infrastructure investment going forward. I remember, I trust I've answered you.
Okay.
Look,
Last-
through your secretariat, I think let's leave it. We from what I understand, you are not the people that run ISA. You are here, you are representing someone. So I think let's leave it today. We will deal with this issue. We're just going to put a comma on it.
Deputy Principal, that's exactly what I was going to suggest. Because the presenters before us, ISA, the whole organization, they are part of a problem-solving attempt centralized in the presidency. The consistent refrain yesterday was cranes all over South Africa. If it was successful inside the presidency, then we would have had more cranes. We do not have. The gentlemen, both of them, tried to explain to us that what they are is actually a pipeline that does the planning and funding, raising funds to get people to buy into the projects. When it gets here, by this time here, this is where they solve a problem, because it was identified as a problem. The planning is slow, there's a whole lot of bureaucracy, and they're being created. They're in the process still of being created to speed this up. So there's a lot of growth pains here. There's a lot of stuck in the mud stuff here. They are not mandated to come and tell you that they're stuck in the mud with certain things. And then when they try to explain, they bring other things in and it makes it complicated. It's really simple. They are a solution to a problem that was identified a few years ago. Part of the ERRP, it's part of the NDP. When they complete the planning process, they actually gazette all their projects as legally existing, and therefore it will be completed. So it's not as if they're not doing anything. It's also not, they're not confused about what they're talking about. It's just that sometimes our problems, you see, separate development, separate and unequal development has been very successful in the country. And that's what we are all struggling with. And they're trying to be a solution to that as well. So they can come back to us. We have presented to the previous committee on this and showed them how complex it actually is. They're trying to simplify it, but it's very difficult.
Okay.
We'll call it the VIS unit.
Okay, the last hand. MP.
No, sorry. So it sounds to me that it sounds like where we should have started is, where are they? You're saying they're in the presidency, but they'd like to be in to report to the DPWI. So maybe the question that we should have concentrated on today is, why are you stuck in the mud, and how can we help you? Do you understand what I'm saying? So yeah. So maybe before you go, I'm sure the space has become very uncomfortable for you now. But maybe where we should start is maybe just give us a short outline of.
Honorable Chair, I think you hit the nail on the head. It is for us to get the establishment of ISA done and dusted. And that includes the approval of amendments to the legislation. I just want to correct my colleague on the side. We have a reporting leg into the presidency, but our main reporting is into public works. It's in terms of investment component that the reporting is also into the presidency. Remember when Dr. Ramagopa left that section, especially there was a development of a draft, national investment plan, which we were part of. So that's on the presidency side. But the two elements that must be addressed is the approval of the regulations in terms of revisions of the Infrastructure Development Act. That's currently making exceptionally good progress, but the biggest thing that's been stuck in the mud is getting Treasury approval, if I can now be very honest, of signing off on our business case for the establishment of ESA. Because then that will take away all these uncertainties of mandate, who do we report to, what's included or not. Thank you.
Deputy Principal, let's draw the line there. Yeah. Because that last part is very important. But also the one before that, where the colleague tried to correct me about the reporting leg, certainly, on both sides. That is your problem, not theirs. That's your problem. Because how do you do oversight over National Treasury's issue with them, and DBSA, and the presidency,
and IDC,
How are you going to strategize to do oversight, not over Public Works and Infrastructure's department, but over those components as well? And are you capable of that? You need to ask that question. Are we as a committee capable to question the presidency's Infrastructure Investment Office, PICC? Find out what PICC is, because they report to them. They can tell you who they are and how you need to, what's the information. They can tell you what information it is that you need to have. Perhaps it's not those 12, the list of 12 projects. Perhaps it's something more technical.
Can we round it off? Let's finalize it. I think we understand, and thank you very much for that. It seems to me that also you are a secretariat of the Presidential Infrastructure Coordination Committee. So I don't know whether you are going to become an agency or you'll remain a secretariat. We understand what the issues are. It's a bit complex, but it's not that complex. We can solve it. It's not a big issue. We'll deal with it. But thank you very much. I think let's leave it there and let's go to the next one. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Thanks, colleagues from ISA. Apologize, we should have a different brief. Thank you. We're going to take a tea break now. Let's be back in the room at 10 past 11, please. the work that you're doing. If there's more concern, things that you need to interrogate them for, let's set a date and you tell them to come for that. For today, let's hear the presentation, then we get clarity around the scope of work that they're doing that will allow you to do your oversight in a much better way. Thank you.
It's only one slide. This one. Okay. Good morning, members of parliament and members of the committee and colleagues. Let me put some disclaimers, Chairperson. I'm seeing you on Thursday. So if there are comments for CBE, we'll respond to them on Thursday. Yeah. The second part, I think I was very excited when Principal Ngaweni invited me, and the topic that he gave me was very broad. So it makes it easy then to present because it covers a number of areas of work that is not necessarily done by CBE. Because I think when you talk about the built environment, it's a broader structure. It's a broader process. It's about man-made structures that we have. So that's really a broad definition that I'm providing. But if you take it in the context of the professionalization framework that was approved by Cabinet in October 22, it dissects the built environment in 3 areas in terms of the discipline, the sector, and individuals that are playing in the space. So I'm going to try and limit myself around those 3 areas. Just to speak to you as Msizi Mieza, who's a built environment practitioner in the space, I do think that if you had to ask me this question, I'll give a simpler answer. It's sushi and pap. So you say, what is the state of the built environment? I'll say it's sushi and pap. Because sushi and pap, yeah. Because they are good that we've seen for the past 30 years. So we can record those. But there are also horror stories that we can also talk about. So yesterday we were invited by Northwest Provincial Government Public Works colleagues to make an input on how best they can capacitate the department on the work that they do. So we're at the end of the presentation. I then said to the MEC and the HOD and the colleagues there, you have a budget of 2.7 billion rand as public works and roads in Northwest. But you only have 67 built environment professionals. 67. Out of the 67, only 14 professionals are registered as professionals. 29 are candidates. And 24 are people who have not bothered to register with any of the professional bodies. But you also want to run infrastructure project. The image is not only for Northwest, so I'm just giving that as a highlight. So maybe just for to complete the point, I'll just run through the numbers for other provinces and end with public works. In the Eastern Cape, they've got 167 built environment professionals at public works. 79 are candidates in different disciplines, be it QS. That information is available. I can share with the committee so you can see how many engineers they have, how many QSs they have, property valuers, and. So I can give that information. I'm just giving overall numbers. They've got 83 registered professionals. There are 5 colleagues who decided not to register with anybody. Could be that they've been in the system for long. They never bothered to register as professionals. In Gauteng, 155. Registered persons, 139. They've got one candidate currently, 59 registered. In Mpumalanga, 147. 18 candidates. They've got 33 professionals. 96 are unregistered. In Limpopo, 86. Talking about public works family. Candidates 69, registered 7, unregistered 10. In KwaZulu-Natal, candidates 48, professionally registered persons 77, unregistered 14. Western Cape 180, candidates 48, registered professionals 122, unregistered 10. Free State, they've got 50 registered persons, candidates 28, registered persons 20, unregistered 2. The last one is Northern Cape. Public Works Family, 16. Candidates, 10. Registered person, 4. Unregistered, 2. Now let me come to the Department of Public Works, my accounting body. They've got 422 registered person. Budget of public works, I think it's about 8 billion rand. They've got 165 professionals. Candidates 121, unregistered 156. Now, I'm just zooming in on this one because it's one of the horror story. So Isa was talking about driving infrastructure. You can't do it if you don't have people. So you're gonna externalize the work. You appoint MCs who run his own consulting agency. And your project manager who's working for the state, he's got 10 projects that he's looking into. Probably I was a mentor of this person when I was working outside. They can't tell me if I do something wrong. So it becomes a cocktail of issues. So that's one issue of capacity in the state. We also had a conversation with Department of Water Affairs recently about the same conversation. So I'm still waiting for their numbers. They are building dams. I think, Chair, we were asking a question about dams. They were saying they don't have professional registered person there. Now, we also had a conversation recently with the municipalities because we've entered into an agreement with SALGA. I come from local government, so I spent 15 years in the two metros, Joburg and Tshwane, when it was still good, by the way, so I must underline that. In the city of Cape Town, where we met with, they have about 249 professionally registered persons and candidates in that order. So you can see in different municipalities, the capacity vary. Last year, we were invited by the district municipality. It's got 8 municipalities there that fall within that district. I think it's Pixley-Kaseme district. 8 municipalities, please underline that. They don't even have one engineer, one project manager, one town planner. But government is spending money in that district or that region on hydro infrastructure. They've got 4 TVET colleges that are offering language practice, communication, marketing, and business management. So there's a disconnect between what we do vis-a-vis the kinds of training we provide to young kids in that region. So they can market as much as they can, but surely if you've got projects on infrastructure, you are expected to produce skills that support that investment. So Chairperson, those were just horror stories that I wanted to share. What has been our approach? I did say I've got one slide. What has been our approach? Obviously, we accept that we can't just tell you about the problem. We must say, what do we do? And the work that we do has to be done through provinces. Take the DDM model with all its limitations. And so we've got 44 districts in the country. How do we interact with municipalities using a SALGA model? take the information from LGCTA that tells you the state of capacity, and then you develop a program that is systematic. One of the challenges that we've excavated from the work that we do, research work that we've done, it's in the framework, Deputy Principal. When an advert is issued in government, it says you must be registered with EXA or SSCPMP and. I meet the requirement, but once I get into the job, I deactivate my membership. There is nothing that forces me to remain a member of a professional body once I've been appointed. So that's what municipalities struggle with. By doing that, what you're doing, then you're depriving yourself an opportunity to have professionally registered person within the organization who can do design for you, issue these tenders and oversee contracts on your behalf as a state. So what you do, you issue a tender, you appoint a consulting engineer, appoint a contractor, you rely on a consulting engineer overseeing the project on your behalf, they submit to you. As a professional in government, all what you do, you sign invoices on projects that we've never been to. So that's another point that I want to flag. Now we're working with different provinces in the Eastern Cape. So you see the numbers I was presenting, it varies. So you'll find that in Gauteng, Western Cape, KZN, Mpumalanga, the numbers are higher because they've adopted what we presented to them as CBE, a skills pipeline strategy on how you train young people systematically in a structured manner over a passage of time. There's a slide I'm going to show, just to slideshow. Later, not now, just stop. We also work with universities. Early this year, I think last year, we were invited by UCT to speak to their civil engineering students. We're fourth-year students. One of the observations that we are making is that the curriculum that is being taught in the built environment institutions, there's a disconnect between what is being taught and what, when you come out of varsity, you do. So I asked a question to these fourth-year graduates, and I'm glad that they've started introducing these things now. Do you know that if you finish school, you're going to work in a municipality, be it in Cape Town, Stellenbosch, there's someone called the mayor. There's someone called an MMC for finance, MMC for infrastructure. You might be, in terms of the BSc processes and supply chain, you might be required to serve at a supply chain committee as a technical expert. And you might be actually asked to do project administration. I said, no. I want to do design. I want to be on site. So the stuff that how government function, that's why they don't stay in government, because they get bored. So universities now are beginning to change the curriculum to reflect how you transition from the university to a work environment. The last point I want to raise, which is not in my slide, how do you work with communities and communities as professionals? There's something called social facilitation, and so it's got its own problems. But we have to practicalize the work that we do. So I can speak about community involvement because I've been in local government, so I know how this works. I think one of the things that we've beginning to see on the work we're doing around climate change conversation in the built environment is how do we simplify this conversation as a country? So we're invited by a traditional leadership in Limpopo, I think 4 weeks ago, Hamatapo village. So we went there by the chief and his leadership. So they said to us, we want you guys to assist us with aerial photographs of our area. Which are the areas that are regarded as 100-year flood line? been speaking to Polokwane municipality because sometimes we allocate stands in places where people, it's flooding. Can you furnish this information to us so we can use the intelligence that you have to make informed decisions? So I'm demonstrating that communities have the solutions. They know what they're trying to do. I think we must just empower them on this climate change conversation. That is why, Chairperson, we are convening the climate change indaba at Emandeni municipality. We've sent an invitation to the committee members. It's only one reason why we did that. When there was flooding in KZN, everyone spoke about Durban, to a certain degree, Pietermaritzburg, and. But when Utukela River floods, about 500 communities along Utukela River in that area get flooded. And no one speaks about those people. They get flooded, their houses, because they were allocated stand along Utukela River on the basis that they can use the land for cultivation. But it's in the 100-year flood line. They built proper structures, not shacks. And every time when there is flooding, that area gets flooded. So that's why we went there. So we're bringing professionals to say, what do we do with these colleagues or these community members that are exposed to such? We're not following floods and tornadoes. It was more about demonstrating that let's simplify the conversation about climate change. I think the last point I wanted to raise in my preamble, and I'm going to go through the slides just because they asked me to do that. I was trying to avoid them after the comment. It's this issue of the construction program. So when we say there's a construction work, I know it's a contest space. I'm saying this in a safe space here. It's recorded. It's live. Ah, okay. Now let me say it. So the NCOP was visiting different provinces, checking incomplete project. Even our minister, deputy minister, they went to projects in KZN, police stations, and other magistrate courts that are incomplete. Some of them abandoned. The question that we are asking as professionals, who are these contractors? I'm raising this because I appreciate that construction is a trade. So therefore, it means anyone can practice in a trade. But there's a level of expertise required for one to run a construction company. The most construction companies that you see, I'm generalizing, please forgive me if I'm offending someone. They don't have built and known professionals. They don't. And they're not owned by built and known professionals. So someone who has never been to a university, or a tertiary institution, or technical or TVET, just to learn about building science, how to construct a bridge. But these are people that will give work. I'm not saying we shouldn't, but there must be a difference. So the example I made yesterday is that someone constructs a wall between Mozambique and KZN. It's going up right now. It's close to an 800 million rand project, I'm guesstimating. By virtue of that person doing that work, the grading is going to go up. I'm not saying I'm using a practical example because it might be a right person and they're going to apply to CIDP, they get a higher grading. Then we appoint them to construct a hospital. They've never done anything except that wall. So we need to relook at who are the players in the construction without closing the sector. Okay, let me do my slides. I'm going to go through them quickly, Chairperson, because I think we are here today. I was saying to Millie that these platforms, when NSG invite us, we also reflect on what we do and how we do it. So that's really what I've done in my preamble. And also it's about us thinking through issues based on experience. This slide is not visible. I did say earlier that the built environment happens in a regulated environment. So there has been positives in this country where we went through the process of legislation. But let me ask you a question. If you practice, how many compliance certificates you must obtain before you can build in this country? More than 50. It's a WULA application, rezoning application, 50. So before a developer can put up an application. So as much as we've done well in creating a legal framework that makes sense, but we've actually created bureaucracy. And we were adding another bureaucracy now, unblocking the bureaucracy. Other countries do it simple. Obviously, the system is different. You send one application, it gets farmed out to everyone who must comment. In 3 days, they come back, they comment. Developer gets a permission or review, and you go. In this country, something called runners. So if you're a town planner, you have a runner. Or an architect, you must have a runner who runs your plans to get approved. So that's a legislative regime that I think we need to look into. Can skip the slide because I'm seeing the committee on Thursday. Even this one. Even this one. I think the professionals I spoke to about that we're interacting with, it's these people that are in the construction value chain. In this country with 60 million people, we've got about 60,000 professionally registered persons. The majority will be engineers, and where you find them in factories, in mining. They're not in the built environment, in the construction space that we want. So they work for Sasol and. So the number looks deceiving. Can proceed. This slide I was trying to demonstrate the built environment, which this is where young people go and work. So if you work with the City of Joburg, you can't avoid Orange Farm, can't avoid Alex. It has to be resolved. You go to Cape Town, you fly in Cape Town, you see what you see. That's the built environment of this country. You go to villages, this is what you see. The reason why I'm projecting this slide, because we've got a wall-to-wall municipalities in this country. Therefore, you have a responsibility to administer the entire built environment, not only formal structures. But what does our law say? It's under the traditional leadership. There's a ward councillor. It's just a conflation of issues. I was accused one time when I was presenting, I think in the Eastern Cape, that I must show good things as well. So it's not bad. So we've done well. Cosmo City emerged, N2 Gateway, Century City, Konube, other developments. You see this in Africa. So South Africa is not immune from what is happening. People are migrating into cities to seek opportunities. All of us, if I were to start counting, where were you born, how long you've been, where you stay, we all migrate somewhere. So it's going to continue. But where these people, you find them in the margins. So when I came to Johannesburg, I stayed in Hillbrow. I didn't stay in Lions Park like you find today. I wouldn't go to Hillbrow anyway. I would prefer there. So we've done well as a country. But there's one thing that I want members to notice about the top 3 slides or pictures. There are no trees in those 2 pictures. When I was in Joburg, Mayor Masondo at the time came up with a program of 100,000 trees in 5 years. It didn't make sense. So when he explained, he said, when you fly over Johannesburg, you can easily see old townships, new townships, and old suburbs. And we must change it. And I think that's one thing that you need to think about when you design these settlements, that one house, one tree. Whether it's a fruit tree but it could be something we do. Any new development, that's how they look. Spoken about climate change and why we're doing it, these images are familiar to all of us. And that's the reason why I said to my colleagues, professionals are involved in this creation of infrastructure. Let me demonstrate the point, Chairperson and Deputy Principal. When N2 in Durban, when KZN was closed, in M4 between Umhlanga and Zimbabwe, because it was flooded, that bridge. Took about a couple of months, 8 months. We built it exactly what was flooded. So if the same flooding were to happen, that road would be flooded again. So we didn't take lessons. So you can drive there between Zimbabwe and Umhlanga, M4. The road, same level. Not even elevation, nothing. So we're not learning. Obviously, when we speak to my colleagues about why don't you guys consider climate change in design, no one pays you for it. So there's a design code. It's going to allow me to spend 15 hours. Why must I spend additional 4 hours being innovative? Because no one's going to pay for it. So they don't do it. So our procurement regime, we need to look into. I've spoken about this. I think the issue of maladministration and corruption in our sector is something that we can't shy away from. But the quality of work that we do, design errors, variation orders. I had a privilege of working on the project called Swane House. It was a triple P. I had members who were interested in triple P. I can share my horror stories and my good stories. But we did complete it on time, 24 months construction. It's there, it's standing. It was a triple project. It has its own delays, but it was completed. But this quality of teams, it's something you see everywhere. So I think the other issue is the construction mafia. I think it's something that the country must deal with. The health and safety issues. I know the committee might be interested on the George collapse. So there is a process. My team is currently in Cape Town with the SAPS and other colleagues discussing this process. But there are a couple of issues that are emerging. So one of the arguments we're putting forward as professionals is that when the building collapsed in George, who went there first? It was the Minister of Labour. But people who are working there are professionals. So there's something legally wrong. The guys who do inspection are our professionals. But the accountability sits somewhere else. Someone makes decision about that facility, which is a construction site, is someone else. That's a government issue that we must sort out. But we can share this information. I think we are preparing a report for the minister as well. We can proceed, sir. I think these are some of the issues that we've confronted. I mean, some of the examples here, I was in Tshwane when they happened. Kids drowned, unprotected construction projects, and project supervision, and so these things that we see on our sites. You can skip the slide because I think Isa covered this slide. But I think there's one issue that we need to discuss in the built environment. The right to the city or right to towns and villages. I think we need to ask ourselves a question on whether what you see in the built environment currently represent the aspiration of undermining apartheid imbalances of the past. I used to ask my colleagues when I was in Tshwane to say, we know that Hammanskraal is far. We can't do anything about community members that are residing there. But why are we continuing building houses there? So I'm yet to meet a consulting company or contractor who will say, professionally, in terms of my code of conduct, I'm not going to take this project because it does not advance the agenda of transforming the space. We do it. There's a tender, I've tendered, I do. I think I've covered this part in terms of what professionalization is about. This is slide it's not visible, but I think the point I was demonstrating here is the attrition of public servants, especially professionals in the built environment. So you can see at the beginning, around 2005, you had more experienced engineers, town planners, quantity surveyors in government. They've left. Where are they? So the next slide, I'm going to demonstrate the challenge that we're sitting with. This is the challenge we're sitting with. Our sector refuses to transform. So, still male-dominated, dominated by white people, and it's systematic and structured. So, you really have to be systematic in dismantling this image. It's not me, it's numbers. But the problem I was trying to address earlier is that you'll find a lot of candidates, especially women, sitting in this space. The ones that are not registered, I spoke about, that are working for Public Works Family. They make up this population as well. And others have left. They've gone to the private sector, in the finance sector, insurance sector, because they don't see a future in the built environment. You can proceed. I think the slide I've spoken to about, you can move. I think this is just to preach to the converted, that in a project life cycle, these are the professionals you need. But there's one thing that we haven't concluded as a country, relates to the identification of work for built environment professionals. So who does engineering work? It's not in the legislation, so anyone can do it. Because the law says, as long as you are under supervision of a registered person, you are fine. So there's nothing wrong, Devo, if you start your own company, as long as I can supervise your work. So you can proceed. This is the work that we are seized with, Chairperson, which we can share as we move into the future on how we're concluding this process. You can proceed, sir. I think I've spoken to the climate change issues, so you can skip these slides as well. But the second one, really, I want to address one issue. This was a bill at the time. So now President has signed it. I've read the document. I've got my views professionally. The document is most focusing on structures. You must have this structure, mayoral structure, presidential structure, and small structures. But it's a good document to take us forward. But I think there's more detail that we need to put in to enable the bill to be responding to the challenges that we face. So I think the point I was making is that we need to answer questions based on practical experience, the mundane experience that I shared with you. So we believe that it exists. What does it require for us? How do we do it? We can move the slide because it's not visible. I think for me, our submission is that we must focus on 4 areas from a built environment perspective. Policies, regulations, how do you train young people to understand the built environment, ensure that it's inclusive, we tap into local knowledge. I mean, we were, I think in Kanduli or something, in the Eastern Cape. So there was, I can't say it's a tornado, but it was some sort of a storm. And a public facility was blown away. But local houses, villages, nothing happened to them. So when you asked, they said, but why did you build that community hall there when you can see how we've settled in this area? Because you understand that it's very windy. Therefore, it doesn't make sense for you professionals to go and plug this facility there. It's gonna be, even if you build it again, it's going to go. So those are local knowledge that we must tap into. I think one of the questions that might come through is to say, yes, we hear you. What are you doing about it? There was a strategy we presented to MINMEC last, I think it was November. It basically details things that we must do. And we already started doing those things. So on each and every item, we can update the committee in a right forum on what it is that we're doing. But that's a strategy responding to the challenge I've alluded to. Like any strategies, you'll have enablers, and so you can proceed on the slide. It's got 12 interventions. So some of them are running parallel. We're implementing them. So we can share more details in terms of how we're responding to some of these issues. The next slide really is just to unpack some of the interventions that we are working on. You can proceed, Livo. Like this one, we realize that the issue of mentorship is a problem. There are about 30,000 candidates that are sitting in that diagram that I presented. So they require mentors, and there's a structured way of doing it. You can proceed. I think the issue of money. So we've observed that there's, I don't know, I'm trying to find the right word for now, but we call it our ref in the built environment, where people have created these facilities of mentoring young people, and you ask them, have you worked in the built environment? No. I used to be a teacher, so SITA gave me money to take these candidates and place them in a company, and I pay them a stipend. So I can consider pay them direct. So these are some of the things that we picked up, because CIDB allows for projects to have a certain allocation for training of young candidates. Mpumalanga, Eastern Cape, Western Cape are doing it. So we can do this easily. Even entities of the state like your Sandra, your PRASA, they've begun to look at this seriously. We can proceed. I think one of the issues that we observed as well is that, Chairperson, if you had to ask me, where did I get those numbers I presented from Public Works? I requested them from HR, because there's no centralized platform where you can go to and say, how many built environment professionals in the country do we have? So we established the national logbook. It's still voluntary because there is no law forcing entities to register candidates. But basically what it means, if you take on a candidate, you must register them, so we can track on whether the exposure you're giving them will enable them to become PR in 3 years or 2 years. Right now, it's still Excel. So we've introduced the Built Environment National Logbook, which we hope that's going to assist us. The other one relates to colleagues who work for public service, been there for years, and they could not register for whatever reasons. And how do you assist them so that you don't kick them out of the system? So working with the principal of the NSG to develop a module to fast track these colleagues. I think I made this point earlier, that young people are leaving our profession and the graduates or high school kids are not taking the profession. So if this trend continues, we might have challenges in the future. So we have to go back to our skill strategy where we're focusing on career awareness campaigns. We accept that if we speak to kids, we're in Toyando last weekend, I think a week ago, speaking to grade 11 and 12, we know that we're not going to get all of them taking career in the built environment, but at least we get one. So that's an investment we're willing to make. But I think also need to focus on these ones, professionals and candidates, and ensure that we mentor them properly. I think this slide is just to demonstrate how long it takes for one to become a professional if you're systematic, structured, and focused. So you intervene at grade 11 or grade 10, you might have a PR person completing the cycle before the age of 30. But right now, we've got people who are 40, 45, who are still candidates. It doesn't make sense. They can't assist the state with anything except just administer projects. I think we can proceed on this one. As I conclude, facilitator, I think for us, we accept that there were a number of policies that we have, but I think we need to try and make sense to say what is a spatial vision of the country that we envisioned, and how do we use these levers to enable us to get there? And how do we take into account technology, climate change issues to assist us in doing the work that we must do in transforming the spaces that people live in. I think there are a series of issues that we need to be honest about in our industry, in our sector, beside the space or geomorphology that you see. But I think our sector must transform, and it doesn't want to. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
I think I have just one question. As someone who actually started out their career trying to become a property valuer and had gone through the registration process, my question to you is, and I note the concern around how many, particularly the slide where you showed how many candidates there are in the system. In your view, what is the reason why these candidates are not seeking to upgrade their status from candidate to professional? I will reflect very briefly on my experience. I found very little help from the council at the time. I know that the council has changed. This was like 10 years ago now. The council has improved dramatically under its recent registrars, but I found very little help from the council at the time for me to pass the exam, the support for the exam, to the point that I actually thought, well, what's the point of becoming a professional valuer? And I changed my career, and now I'm sitting here. So it's something that I personally want to take up over the next 5 years. But yeah, I think there's a lot of, the statistics are interesting, and there's a lot of candidates, especially female and African candidates, who are just not crossing the threshold to becoming professional. Now, and I just want to figure out why and what we can do to help with that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Deputy Principal. I'll be asking this question from a layman's point of view. In your initial address, you indicated the fact that there is a shortage of engineers in different municipalities. So since we're being live streamed here, I would like you to explain to the people out there as to what is the importance of having a qualified engineers in as far as unlocking, in as far as service delivery is concerned. I'm asking this question because I've noticed since one has moved in here in this political space that the people today, there is a disconnect between the departments and the clients they are serving. That also applies to municipalities as well. There's disconnect. You have a client who doesn't know what the service provider is doing. So the people out there are confused as to why certain projects are not taking off. And on the other hand, you have a municipalities who have no time or who don't explain to the people on the ground as to what is the problem. And lastly, you have mentioned the fact that engineers have left. So what would you advise those entities that should keep the departments, the engineers, the professional engineers, what would you advise them to keep them, and just to keep them so that we will see them, their numbers growing inside of those entities? I thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you for your presentation, CEO. I think it was very informative, and I think you have a clear understanding of, diagnosing the issues and coming up with solutions. But I just want to know that what are the incentives of professionals to actually be registered with CBE? If a layman can do what a registered professional can do, then what is the purpose of your body? Another question I'd like to ask is, maybe how tight do you think the coordination is between maybe your department, the Department of Higher Education and Training, and the Department of Environmental Affairs? I think the three departments need to work very closely so that they can execute thoroughly their objectives. But also, I think another issue that I have is we don't have this problem with maybe the Health Professional Council. People are clear that in order for you to operate on a human being or for you to be a physicist or doctor, you need to have registered, right? So you don't have a lot of candidates in the lull somewhere because they understand that in order for them to be effective within this professional, they need to be registered. So what mechanism are you maybe not using that maybe the health profession is using to ensure that there is a very coordinated approach to have people move from being students, candidates, all the way to professionals without touching a human body? If a doctor is not registered, they will not be able to operate on a body. So I think maybe that same mechanism can be used by your department to ensure that there's stringent regulation on your department. And also, I just want to know the tension between capacitating the professional environment and also transformation, with considering that a large portion of it's Black females who are mostly disadvantaged in this regard. So how do you address those tensions between capacitating effectively and ensuring that the transformation agenda is advanced? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Very informative presentation. I just want to find out, is the department working with professional institutions in the country? Because I know that there are other organizations like the Water Institute of South Africa, WISA, the Association of Municipal Electrical Engineers of South Africa, MISA, and I'm sure there are others that also share in the same concern and that are trying to mitigate against this vacuum in terms of professionals that we have in the country. You mentioned that there's 60,000 engineers in South Africa. So just maybe some clarity. And then my final point is about what are we doing as a department to encourage young students from school to, what sort of incentives are we providing to encourage learners to pursue careers in the types of study that we want them to do?
No, thank you very much, Deputy Principal, and thanks to the CEO for the presentation. It was detailed indeed. We have received the proper presentation. So I just want to check with the CEO with regards to I heard him speaking about the climate change, that this climate change is having a serious impact, of which we could see in some of the areas that are flooding most of the time. And I heard him speaking about the Indaba that is going to be held, climate change Indaba Emandeni. I just want to check with him, what is it that they want to maybe achieve with regards to that? Are they going to be able to assist indeed that this climate change does not affect our people, because there is this problem that it's happening really? And second to that, the issue of the construction mafia. We know that the issue of the construction mafia is very much problematic sometimes, and it's all over. Maybe are they having any mechanism to address that? Because sometimes it delays the completion of the projects. As he indicated that some of the projects, when they are supposed to be completed, they must take at least 2 years. But you'll find that some of the projects will delay and take more than that years. So what is it that they are planning to do in order to address that? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Deputy Principal, and greetings to yourself, CEO. and want to take this opportunity and appreciate the presentation. Let me start by saying, yes, indeed, we received your invite that will take place starting from the 7th of November. And already outside early in the morning, I made a clip as the chairperson that we are looking forward. Go to the social media. We've made a clip emanating from the presentation that we got yesterday about the climate change. So we are looking forward. We have applied to the chair of chairs to get permission to attend. If we get that permission, we will attend. And we want to, maybe the question will be, as Umanko says, asked you what is it that you want to achieve, but mine is that emanating from yesterday's presentation, after the summit and resolutions, predictions that you might have gathered, what will be your next step? Because the presentation that we got yesterday says we made predictions, but it was never taken serious. Then are we still going to fall into the same trap that you do your best, but it falls into the deaf's ear? What are the processes? Maybe you explain, and how best can we assist? I always say this, as a committee, we have a role to also support and assist. Therefore, what channels that you must follow on the conclusion of your summit, and which entities or bodies or councils that you must submit to, and the implementation part, so that we need to cap and avoid. We won't stop, but we must be ready as a country. I believe the issue of you is that we must be ready as a country to address what you are predicting. Therefore, how best can we assist you? And two, as I move, you are a council for built environment. My understanding is that you have a specific role, as you have said. You've got so much people who have enrolled. There's no law enforcement that says whether you're a professional or not, you can't build. But in terms of the police or the law to enforce people to enroll into a certain council, and so that you can monitor the buildings that are happening within the country, have you gone the route of trying to propose a piece of legislation that will come to Parliament and it will enforce them? If not, we advise you to do so. We are raising, and also the part that how long does it take? According to yourself, I understand there's no enforcement, but you must have a specific time. When I'm given a contract to build, let me be practical, and it's a thorny issue for this committee. Thursday, as you're saying, you'll be with us. We're going to Telkom Towers. What is your role in terms of Telkom Towers? It's a building, a major building. How do you come in as the CBE in terms of assisting that project is complete? And to that project, when it's complete, the certificate must be issues of occupying, and it's not happening. Is it fine for you as a CBE to allow a contract to prolong without a time frame? As a council, what is it that you do? Again, with the fact of what happened to George, what is your role there? How do you assist us as government, citizens of this country, to avoid such tragedies? How do you fit in so that even South Africans could understand whether as an oversight body we are not aware of? Yesterday we were taught about communication. Sometimes citizens becomes the policing of what we don't see on the ground. They can highlight us or they can contact you. How will they access you in terms of such things? Thirdly, you are talking about the professionalism that is dying gradually, and that's what you said. It shows it's dropping bit by bit. Then which role do you play in terms of the curriculum of the country? Because I believe you have a role in terms of advising, making input. You know, our laws are very transparent. Any bill that is opened, it has a window period, and every citizen has a say, must have an input. Be it the councils or different entities, you must have an input. Have you ever tried to make an input to the curriculum of the health the education in the country, that we are facing this, and in the near future we might be losing this type of a career? And when we were talking versus the debate of yesterday, everybody wants to see, you call them crones, those things that you lift yourself when you are building. You call them what? Cranes. How will we see cranes when you have a lack of your professionalism in the country? So what is your input? What effort have you made? And maybe if you have not yet made those, what are your plans? Because it must start. We need to, I think this capacity building has just redirected how we think. It has started to give us a sense of how we must plan for the future and prepare our kids for the next coming years. And you are saying you went somewhere in Tondo to do a career guidance. Seated here, all of us, we've got different constituencies attached to us as members of parliament. Are you ready? Are you willing? Are you available to be invited in our different constituencies when you've got programs, so that you can come and address young people to venture in your space? And you need to know, most of our constituencies are in deep rural areas where people are not touching base. Besides only members of this committee, are you also willing, even with, I think that will be the first simple thing, to try and touch base with the crisis that you're facing of losing the professionalism in your area? So I really feel like let's have a different approach in terms of how do we then try to balance this professionalism, and also how then do you assist us with, be it a cheap labor building, buildings that are not you don't monitor. So it must not be only government buildings that you oversight, but it must be building across the country. So how do you then chip in? So I think, as much as we are saying South Africans are watching us, try to educate us and educate South Africans who are watching us currently as we speak. What are your roles? How will you intervene in terms of your work? Thank you.
Thank you, facilitator. I think I was mostly covered by my colleague, Member Kobe. And she raised, I think, one of the key issues. And by way of example, she used the medical profession, where it is not possible for you to make a mistake and we don't know who you are, because that profession is highly regulated. And I think that's the element that I'm beginning to feel we're missing in the built environment, in that there's no regulation. We're not registering people's activities, who they are. They are not registered themselves. So that's why there's so much chaotic culture in the environment, and that opens up opportunities for the construction mafias and so on and so forth. So there's huge chaos in the entire industry, and it looks like, and it sounds like it should come from the CBE, a think tank of how to regulate the industry. So we need to know, and I something tells me that it needs to be an act of parliament, where we regulate and know who is operating in this environment, what they're doing, when and how. And then also, I mentioned the word think tank, because it sounds like everybody's working in silos. It sounds like you've got your own expertise, your own observations, analysis, and so on and so forth. Someone else has, but there's no singular think tank that thinks about these things, that thinks about how we build our buildings. For instance, you mentioned that Nkanduli situation. It sounds like it's common knowledge. It sounds like common logic, but it looks like no one thought about it. You're talking about professions, for instance. You're talking about how we move from the learning environment into the professional environment. There's no think tank. There's nobody who's sitting and strategizing for the country about the built environment and what should happen. And this puts us in muddy waters, because we're not strategic in how we're running the industry. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much for the comments. Look, I think I'm going to start backwards in responding. Honorable Mkwena, I think the point you're raising is correct. It's free for all in the built environment. And the outcome of it, you see it. Incomplete buildings, poor designs, cost overruns. It's just free for all. But you're also correct that it requires a legislative reform. So I made a point earlier that how long does it take for you, if you have to follow the process, just to build a structure? Like as a normal citizen, get an architect, submit. So there are a lot of legislative barriers that we have. So it requires us to deconstruct that. You are correct also when you say CPE, that's why it exists. But I'll tell you what the limitation is. It's also in the very same legislation. So when I joined CPE, I was wondering why this act was written in this manner, especially because of the Health Professions Council. And I went back to Hansard minutes of the Portfolio Committee around 99 before the act was promulgated. And I realized that that's when the compromise we made for the sake of progress. But we did not stop there. We've started to say to the ministry, these are the areas that we need to look into as part of reviewing this act, which is 20 years old. So that work is in process. So we've made a submission to the minister. He's looking into the matter. So you are on the money. So the point you've made, I think you've made it eloquently than I would have. That there is that overall think tank that is required. The body is there, but I don't know how it gets implemented. I think the point you're making, I can't say it any better than that. The health professions example, we've engaged with them. And the examples that you are using are also spot on. Chairperson, when we realize that the sector is going to face challenges in the future, we then said, how do we use our strategy in a manner that would be practical? So I made a point, I was making examples. So we can actually give the committee the actual detail on how we engage with universities, high school learners throughout the year. And we also accept, I remember one committee members in the previous term, they were asking us why you spend so much time in schools, different villages. We do accept that when we go to a school of 1,000 kids, which is fall under education, and some of them don't do maths core, which is required in the sector. And we argue that, can you please ensure that these kids do maths core so that they can come into the industry? The issue of math literacy is a problem. Because with math lit, you can't get into our sector. So it's already a hindrance. Now, when we speak to these kids, we say to them, look, these are the opportunities. So we bring all these regulatory bodies and council in association with us. We don't go alone. Because we want to say, if you want to be an architect, here is Millie Ondivo, who's an architect. This is what architects do. Because sometimes kids relate with a like-minded person, so they'll ask specific questions. But we also accept, Chair, that out of the kids that we speak to, usually in thousands of numbers, because we're using a DDM model, so we'll group schools. And then we have one central venue, work with education department, transport them. We have a career day, basically. And we do it consistently. It's a very taxing exercise, but it's important. So out of the thousands, we accept that we might get 10 will come into our stream because there's a competition. But we do that. So we're willing to partner with yourselves, and we do it consistently as well. I think the work we do with universities, we accredit the programs in universities. So I'm going to use an example wherein you go to a UCT to accredit civil with the EXA colleagues and others. And we agree on what the module should look like, because obviously that's their space, and we ensure that it complies with the broad principles. So that's the work that we do. It's legislated that the programs that are offered by universities must be accredited. So we do that. Hence, I've raised the point that we've observed that the curriculum has no relationship with what these kids leave school and do. So it's now a prerequisite that it must represent South African situation. So we're beginning to see that coming through. Chairperson, I think the point that Member Mkwena raised was also correct. There is a legislative regime that is required because there are different players in the space. On the George matter, it's an open item, so I want to restrict myself just to say George example is an epitome of what is the problem in our sector. So the report will reveal some of the inconsistencies and anomalies that we have. So I would rather keep it that way, Chair, but we'll give you the chairperson the detailed information of what we have. The CBE Act, I've mentioned that it's not only CBE Act, but there are other legislation that requires review. So that process is unfolding through the minister, and obviously we have to be guided by that process. On the climate change, Chair, you are correct. One of the reasons why we started this conversation as professionals, and the example I used of M4, was that, but colleagues, it doesn't make sense. Climate change happened, the bridge is flooded, you go and build it in the same place. What's the issue? So that was the reason why we started this conversation. So hence we had the Indaba in Durban last year. So there were resolutions that came up. One of them was that we must look at the building codes and design codes. So that work is currently unfolding. Because if you're a civil engineer, use codes. So our codes were 1970s and so they're old. So that's what we're busy with. But it's a long process. It's very technical. So we have to work with the CSIR and others to review the codes, the building codes, the design codes that we use for, be it roads, housing, and. So that's work is actually currently being implemented. So we are grateful that the chair and the colleagues and the members will honor our invitation. I think there was a comment about the construction mafia. I come from local government, I've experienced them. So it's not a very comfortable space. I think one of the things that we picked up as well is that some of the incidents you see, it's because a professional consulting company would have been tendering. They didn't get the project, they mobilized communities, and they masquerade with communities and. So that's why we're raising it in a professional sense, that professionals must also introspect because they're also found there. But there is a review of how the process must unfold, and the Public Works Department is leading that process. We work with voluntary associations. They are given status by us, all the EMESAs and all of them. So we give them the license to practice in the built environment. So we work with all of them. And I think what we're trying to do now is to say, how do we systematically ensure that we focus our intervention to deal with that 30,000 candidates? So that's the collaborative effort that we are doing. But it's very difficult to work with colleagues in general. That's why government is a complex species. Hence, we had to legislate how it must work together through IGR Framework Act. So we are taking lessons from that and say, colleagues, we've got a common problem. How do we assist young people to come through in our profession? The 60,000 that I've referred to is not only engineers. It's made up of different disciplines, like your QSs and so that's a composite number. Everyone, yeah. I think you're correct, Member Kobe. The tension between transformation and capacitation and implementing projects, it's a tension that has to be managed. And our strategy is beginning to do that, the one that I've shared with, but I didn't share the details. I just picked up like 4 of the interventions. So the coordination, therefore, is important because if we can't do this alone. We accept it. So we have to work with all the role players and try and drive them to the common agenda. I think member Bath. Yes, you are correct. You know, one of the challenges that we have, which I've simplified to my colleagues, that when you are a regulator, you issue a license to practice. Voluntary association assists us with mentorship and training and preparing candidates. So at times at the conflation wherein regulatory council want to play a dual role. So I've simplified to them, said, look, if you learn how, if you wanna get a license, you don't go to a driving station and say, teach me how to drive. You go to a driving school, then you get tested. I think let's try and separate the responsibility. That's why we've got VAs in our act. I think the support now is more pointed, but I think we must manage the encroachment of seeing a money-making scheme emerging in the process as well. There was a question about the importance of engineers. I think that point, member Mukwena responded to on my behalf. I think the issue is that you can't go to a medical doctor who's not registered. So why do we give infrastructure project and budget of the state to people who are not registered? How do you hold them responsible? Professionally, liability, nothing. But I think also the issue of professionals leaving. One of the points that is emerging in the industry is career pathing. So I go to university, I study civil, I become a graduate civil engineer, I get a job in a municipality, I become a civil engineer in terms of the progression. But the moment I get to a certain level, I become a deputy director. No longer now a professional engineer. No longer now a specialist engineer. So that career pathing disappears in our profession. And I think that's really one of the reasons why professionals leave. People don't want to be deputy directors and chief directors. They want to be civil engineers, specialist engineer, and. So we must deal with that also, that professional career pathing within the industry, across the discipline. That's why we've got chief engineer and. So that's the work we want to bring back into the state. We've made a submission to the PSA to say, please, let's look at the built environment on how you ensure that there's career pathing for young professionals who are coming in. The last one, I think that's an incentive that we're putting forward. That it must be, nearly use the wrong word, it must be lucrative for a young professional when you get a PR status to feel like you're worth something. So we must find that value. What is the value being called a PR edge, a PR QS, and. And I think that's really what we need to deal with. I think I've covered most of the questions. If I've missed some, I'll apologize. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Meza. We're so grateful for you coming through, and the committee is looking forward to engage more with you when you go see them. Can we give him a round of applause? Okay, thank you. We have, we're towards the end of our session as the NSG. So we want to take the time to just do some bit of housekeeping issues on our side so that we are able to deliver your certificates for attending this course. So you've all received the emails that invited you to get into our e-learning platform. By show of hands, now we're looking at the ethical issues. We've been talking about ethical issues. So by the show of hands, who has gone into the system to go and access the system so that we can see who we need to give certificates to? You went.
Yesterday we could not go back in, but we've started.
Not what we're doing on the file, but there's not that e-learning where you've got. Oh, okay. So we're going to take time to assist those that were struggling so that you are able to access the information, because it's key for us that you can have access to the other documentations that we have there. Takes 80 hours reading the material that's available. Thank you, because it means you went into the system to check. Okay. Anyone who didn't get the email that we need to assist? Yes, you didn't get the email. You didn't get into the system. You registered? Oh, okay. I must say yes. Okay. So what you want to do, I'm also trying to check, is the chair outside? Let's just check if we want her back in the room for us to continue. So members, we want to let you know, other than this program that we've done, we do have free courses that are also available to you. And I did promise that I will check. I did ask my colleagues. We wanted to check, maybe you know, have they streamlined it to one login, or are we still doing two for open learning and facilitated? There's still two. Okay. On the website, maybe you can help us check quickly. The accessing the free one is a little bit not straightforward. Maybe you can display that, the process of getting into the free courses while we wait for the chair to get back, and I'm mindful of the time. It's not working. Okay. Doesn't like you. Okay. So, not there, just go to the normal internet. So www.thensg.gov.za. Then we go to e-learning. We don't want to explore, we want to get into them. When you go to the explore, it gives you information. So you want to log into the e-learning platform. The green one is for what you are doing now. I'm looking for the red one. Okay, let's try there. It didn't want to work for me yesterday as well. Okay. So you see, there's nice people there at the school that decided we needed a new system, and they're modernizing the things. They're not so simple anymore. So these are part of the programs that are available there. I'm not sure if you maybe pick that championing anti-discrimination and go to course information. I want to go down to see if you are able to then register once you've seen. So it's now saying apply now. So I'm also learning the new system. Okay. So if it's your first time on the free courses, you will do it like this. You start applying. Then it will require you all your information to get in. But once you're there in the system, you will be able to see all other programs that are available. Then you are able to access them. So you've got option of applying the official email or a private email. So it's up to you how you want to register. You want to keep that consistent to make it easier. If you're using the same for the outside one, for the facilitated one, so you don't forget your login details. because then you must send a request to reset your password and all that. Okay, so it will allow you to do this process. Okay. Okay. So, as we said, we have this program. There are different ones that you'll see on the system and you'll be able to access them. Once, okay, there's even introduction to financial management and budgeting, go down. Ethics in the public service, it's a compulsory program for all public servants there. Introduction to project management. You've got leading change, policy and policy formulation and implementation, and so on. So there are a couple of more courses that are free, that are easy to access, and you do them at your own pace. At the end, when you are done, you get a certificate for that. Okay, you're able to download your own certificate and keep it on your system. So yeah, welcome to register for those ones. Now to conclude our bit, we want then, so we agreed we're going to help you to make sure that on the green side, you all access the system. So because we are kind as the NSG, we're going to give you the electronic certificate for today, waiting for you to actually access the system. Then we'll deliver the printed certificates to you. Okay, so we're gonna start that process. This light is a problem. It's making the certificate looks horrible now. Because that's a beautiful gold if you're looking at it. Now it's looking like a terrible yellow. Okay, so certificate of completion. The first certificate goes to our chairperson, Honorable Piri. Okay, so the next certificate is for Honorable Bath. Okay. Next certificate is for Honorable Denson. Denson. Oh, no, so I've upgraded you to Honorable. Okay. Next certificate is for Honorable Lelanga. The next certificate is for Honorable Gama. Is it fine? Okay. Next one is for Honorable Kobe. We still want those nice pictures. Make sure you pose. Thank you. Next certificate is for Honorable Litlake. All right. I'm promoting everyone today, so to be safe, I'm gonna call everyone honorable. Yes. Okay. The next certificate is for Honorable Mahlangu. Next certificate for Honorable Mare. Okay. Next certificate is for Honorable Martinise. Thank you. Next one is for Honorable Makwena. Then Honorable Nkosi. Honorable Ngumalo. Okay, Honorable Reddy. F plus. Okay, then the next certificate is for Ines. Thank you. Honorable Ines. Here. Okay, thank you so much. With my 3 minutes left, can we take a group picture with the caps, please? Same arrangement like yesterday. Thank you so much for being with us as the NSG. We're gonna ask now the chair to have closing remarks, and that ends the first part of your day. Next will be the next presenters. Thank you, Chair.
No, thank you so much. In the absence of your principal, we want to really appreciate him to start with us yesterday. It was a very fruitful day, and led by him and yourself today, Deputy Principal. I want to take this opportunity and appreciate your time, your patience with us as you were facilitating this capacity building. It's not the end of it, yes, but it's we are just closing the first part. I won't have much, but we have learned a lot. You had even yesterday before we adjourned, most of the members were telling you how they've learned. Even today when we're doing a recap, it has equipped us. I want to assure you that as we'll be moving out tomorrow and do our oversight, we are sharpened. The sponge has absorbed a lot of water for us. We'll know now what is it that we must look for, what is it that we must ask, not just to be on the top part, but we'll start at the root. We'll penetrate and try to change the lives of South Africans. We want to take this opportunity and appreciate you and encourage you to do more capacity building to other members of parliament and get what we got. Yes, we want to apologize to all the presenters that felt like it was a direct punch. It's not a direct punch, but it was for us to understand better. And we want to say, when you call them next time, we are calling up on them. They must avail themselves. It's not like you were throwing them under the bus, but this is a team that was keen, willing, and ready to learn and absorb what you have brought to us. We are sure we have absorbed. Now we understand what is our role thoroughly. We have been doing that, but not with the emphasis and the capacity that we got. Today we are going to move out here well equipped. We are promising you, you'll be proud. There will be change. It won't be business as usual, Sharip and Ines. It will be a different setup, meaning even yourself, you must oil up and up the game, because we really rely on yourself as a support staff led by Nola. We really appreciate. Let me not take too much of your time, but we want to assure you we have gained a lot. Our oversight will be more sharpened than if we could not have attended this. We know now what is it, and we're inviting you to watch our live stream if Parliament will provide us. We want to invite you in all our oversight visit from Thursday and Friday. You'll be seeing your results. Even the manner of questioning, you'll be proud to say, yes, we have equipped members. Thank you.
Oh, it's working. Thank you so much. One thing I forgot to mention when I giving the certificates is that we're going to have a post training event, if you will allow us, maybe a virtual one, just for reflection, as you will be going out, so we can see what else we would need to then support you with going forward. But we look forward to